Hello and welcome back to Sandustry. My name is Ty. Last night we got started on building a massive sand refining complex to turn sand into gold. It turns out that there are quite a few other processes that come after separating the sand and the gold, and we built all of them, except the fanciest stuff. So I'll give you a quick tour of the factory, in case you are new and you haven't seen it before. I put a halt to everything, just so we were not overwhelmed. So you build a mine, you work out how to get the substrate to the surface, we go all the way to the bottom, where we have a big blocker here. This is the sand we were talking about. There's lots of it. The sand makes its way up to the wash pool. This here, I'm just experimenting with filtering out stuff we don't want to go to the surface, namely snow. So the theory is this sand will come in here if it's got any snow in it. The snow will continue up into this box and it'll be filtered out. Keep coming up. When it reaches the surface, it gets dropped into the wash pool to ensure that it is wet sand. We can also manage red sand through this same wash pool. It comes up along the conveyor, down the shaker to be separated from the sand. The gold, the shiny gold. Let's just, it's getting full here. We need to do something about that. Once it has had the gold removed, it becomes residue. It's dropped down here, where it's burned off in our incinerator. It then comes into this here as burnt residue, is brought up, and then dropped on a kinetic press, where it again is separated. There's more gold in there, but then we get a seed. The seed then comes into the shower room. The gold falls down here, the seeds fall down there. It comes into the shower room and is washed to make sure it is wet seed. It's then brought up here to the planter box and planted to make flowers. Once we harvest the flowers, they're pushed through into the collector room, where they are dried. There's a generous amount of steam down here. The dried flowers are then brought up and sifted, because sometimes wet flowers come up here too. Wet ones are cycled to the edge and fall back down. Dried ones are burned and turned into fluorinol, which is then brought up to our condenser and into our battery, a liquid battery. We need to collect 100,000 energy. Now that's a lot using a liquid battery. So the first thing we are going to do tonight is set up some copper refining so that we can make a solid state battery. As it comes in here, we're also filtering out these little moon hops, which are pretty rare. The moon hops are brought up to the top. They're dropped into this tank, which is agitating moon petals from this anomaly here. I don't really know what to do with this stuff yet, but we're just making it. If we have any red sand, the red sand will fall into this pit where it's agitating and will mix and make some funky material, which we can grow a crystal. And that crystal lets us level up. It's this one here. Fluxite, I think it's called. G'day, Oscar. Welcome to the stream, mate. Doing really well. If for some reason that the residue doesn't burn, it will drop and be recycled around to burn again. And we're trying to collect heat from the burning so that it lasts longer. So this is where we were going to collect our copper. So to do this, how am I going to do this? Alright, let's get building. We need to put in some kind of filter system to take the copper ore out. Copper ore is quite heavy, so it will always fall to the bottom of the sand pile. And so we would need probably one here. And we want a filter for copper. And I want to make it a conveyor, just a couple of squares. Say this many. We're going to make this a smelter, so that as the copper ore falls in, it'll just get smelted straight away. So what will I need for that? I need some buffers. But I think we'll need to dig some more rock out. It's a good little game. It's not as daunting for a newbie to jump into if you've never played an automation game. Games like Factorio and Satisfactory can be quite overwhelming to people that have never played one before. And it takes quite an amount of time before you start seeing that satisfaction that we all get from these automation games. And this is something about watching everything fall that's really pleasing to me. I really like this game. I can't wait for it to be finished. I don't know how close we are to the end of the available content. There might be a bit more. Yeah, so we'll go down one more square. This drill is useless until you buy at least one upgrade. Then it has a decent rate. You're a veteran then. So you will probably agree that it's quite relaxing right from the start. And even when things go wrong, it's quite easy to fix your mistakes. Okay. There is like a little bug with the game and when I'm trying to stream it. Sometimes when I go into the menu, it won't capture the screen. So I've tried to fix that. Last night's stream had the occasional blackout every time I went into the menu. This time I've set up some hotbars so I don't have to do that as much. So I do apologize if the picture drops out. It's usually when I'm just in the build menu. It's like it's top secret documents or something. It's the first game that's ever really happened to me, so I was like, what the hell's going on? Alright, we've got the smelter. There should be a few little crumbs of copper that might make their way up. Sometimes it doesn't let you drill the rock out if there's a brick there already. Like this one I won't do. I found a cool little feature. I don't know if it's intentional or not. But you can collect fire with your vacuum, and then you can use it as a fire dispersal tool. But it doesn't put off heat like your flamethrower does. So yeah, I don't know if it's intentional. Let's fill it up. And you can only collect the fire from your rocket launcher. You can't collect it from things that are burning. So it's almost like you're catching the napalm. That should be enough. So not much has changed from last night where I left off. All I've really done is tidy up and optimize and trim open little storages a little bit more, because we've tried to use some of the geology and it was stopping water flow and gas flow. So we spent some time off camera to drill all that out, and I expanded on the water boiler next door. So I decided to just use this as our backup water, and I filled it up with snow. Oh, thanks for the tips, Oscar. Appreciate that. I'll check that. Yeah, I am using game capture, yeah. Yeah, so you can suck up all that flame. I'll demonstrate it. You need to do it against a rock. Wait. I prepared a room for this. Here it is. So I had to trim out some space here just to help the water flow better, because it's getting trapped and all the seeds were getting stuck here. But I think it should flow better now. And I've put obstructions on the line so that everything should be spaced out nicely. Alright, so the next thing I need to do before that copper makes its way up, it's a lot of sand to process, is we started melting down the gold because it takes up significantly less space. And I've just built some dedicated tanks here to capture that gold. Just to fill in all the empty areas of our base that we weren't going to use. The former residue silo, it lost half of its real estate. We didn't need that much space for it. Just that initial start off when you have a mountain of it. And it looks like it's going to fill that up pretty quick. So solid gold can't transfer across here to this side of the tank. Only liquid gold can. As long as I manage the amount of lava I'm using, because it is a finite resource until we find a way to make it. And then I have a secondary boiler over here. Both of these tanks of liquid gold are sending their stuff to the same place. This is the really big one. Well, I should not have done that. It's going to rain gold in here until it's full. And then I need to make sure that we can spend this gold, so let's designate it as a collector area. This tank's going to be filled up pretty quick. But that does mean that now we don't have to worry so much about gold overflowing, because that's one of the biggest things that stops us. The flour process makes so much gold. And we can sort of control when this happens. It's not automated in any way. So I'll just let it fill up with seed. We do need to process quite a bit of this fluorinol. And I was experimenting with a self-charging battery. So I was thinking about joining this up to the boiler so that this flame turret's always being used. And then that way we can always recharge the battery. Sorry, mate. I've got to put it somewhere. There's just so much coming. Like sleeping at the beach, you're just finding sand in places you didn't know you had. I'm just going to make sure that this mountain is actually going to move. There is so much. And I have to give my sweeper drones an order because, like I said, there's so much. And they can just do this for the next eternity. I've got an upgrade, so we've got a torch now when we're using the sweeper drone. Makes it much easier to use. Well, that'll do for now. And then I have to give them an order. Drop it down on the main belt. You also can't turn off hover when you're doing this, and you move very slowly. I tried to cheese it, so like just turn hover off and drop, but it doesn't work. And before we leave, I'll put some lighting in so I remember where we are. I kind of like that everything is free to build and just instant. This is where we need to work, but we won't do it now. No, we need that. Don't throw that away. That's lava. My pleasure, Oscar, and thank you very much for the lurk. I appreciate you watching the content. That's why I do it. Have a good one. Hey, Azu, how you going? Good to see you. Welcome to my sand castle in the sky. Alright, we just now have to wait for copper. But I'll put the smelter parts in. Oh, you can do blueprints now. Oh, I didn't know that. Good. So you can come up with a machine and then not have to recreate it every time. That's a buffer. We don't want that. We want the smelter. And I'm not expecting much copper yet. I didn't actively mine it, so let's go and just start blasting. While we wait for our factory to work a bit. If I open this up, it might speed up the process a bit. Or not. What's happening here? It's a blockage. Ah, there's an obstruction right on the edge. Let's do it this way. Might have to delete this inner one. I would drill it out, but that's indestructible. That's more like it. This is called Sandustry, and it's an automation game where you build a factory, and you basically are exploring a planet. You have to turn sand into gold, and gold lets you upgrade, get new technologies. But it's really just a sandbox, quite literally. You can do what you like. It's one of those games where if you get joy from watching moving things, or from watching machinery. Everything seems to be flowing nicely. The snow is being filtered slowly, snowly. I think I still have to change this. I need a piece of snow. Let's just make some to test it. So that's not going to work either. Instead of trying to do it all complicated like, I should just have it drop the snow in. No point over-engineering it. Yeah, so we need to dig some copper out. And I might bring it up by hand just to start that smelting process and plan out the location of the battery we're going to build. And we need the drill for this. Or the laser. That uses massive amount of energy. That should be enough copper to start a good smelt, maybe a few cells for the battery. Okay, so we'll add it to the line to make sure that the filter is working properly. Here we need a few extra squares for the filter. It's already melting it down. The next thing we need to do is build the mold for the copper battery. I don't have any actual use for the battery yet. So let's build it. Oh, there's dry sand getting in there. No, there's not. It's a wet sand. Because we've got too much gold again. This is my biggest roadblock with the factory at the moment, without logistics. Here they come. I was going to set up like a teleporter conveyor into this storage, but it's too far between them. So I'll just have to keep a fleet of drones dropping them off here. We have to vacuum up this mess. Don't throw the gold away, you fool. So we're not automated yet. We still have a lot of hands-on stuff we have to do just to fix up our little engineering faults. So the next upgrade we're taking We're going to upgrade these drones to have more of them, and we can have faster. That should give them a hand. Got some gold here. This is a backup that'll catch everything that's not supposed to be in the tank. And I can't spend any of this gold at the moment because our technology is locked until we pass this objective. So we need to get this battery mold built. I'm going to see if we can use our liquid battery to charge a solid battery. So I'll build it nice and close. I guess I want it to be a square or a rectangle. I'm not going to worry about plumbing this one. We will just load it manually. Energy connector, a passive conductor that bridges power structures so energy can flow between them. For example, between a steam turbine and a power brick network. Alright, let's try that here. So using that laser for that short burst to take out a rock used all that. This whole cavern is steam, so our flowers won't have any dramas. I'm going to wait until that's full before we trigger the fire. And the seeds are coming in at a rapid rate now. We actually need a full conveyor here. This is a place where I really need to keep an eye on water levels as well, because the seeds just soak up so much of it. I don't know how we can automate water yet. Creation of it. Let that do its thing. Fill this up with snow to condense that steam to replenish the lake. This place will be full very soon. And I have a tiny little bit of lava left. So we've got to prioritize the gold smelting or we're going to run out of space. Let's give our bots a helping hand one more time. Because when we unleash the fire flowers, that's just going to fill up nearly within minutes. Okay, we've got some red sand in here now. Red sand will always go up last because it's heavy. But once it does get up here, it drops into this chamber and gets turned into a crystalline structure. We found this in the dungeon and it creates these unusual fungi. Well, I don't know if they're fungi. They seem like it to me. But they have petals. Can I pick up copper with my vacuum? No, I cannot. I have to take it by hand. It solidifies. Oh, damn it. I'm capturing all the steam. Why did that not make a battery? There might be a rock there. Unusual. Doesn't want to break this rock, that sucks. Okay, now I have to remelt down all that copper. Because it's solidified. Maybe I should have built a test battery right next to the copper smelter. Okay, it seems to have worked now. Yes. Good. I'm going to go and capture all the red sand manually and just dump it straight into the experience generator, because that's what that is. What is this stuff called? Void Bloom. That's better. Somehow rain's getting inside this chute. How did water get in there? Bit of a mystery. Oh, that's because the water level's rising. We'll have to destroy our blocker. Wondering why the water level's rising just as there's a giant flood coming up the chute. The sand is displacing the water. And because most of it's already wet, we're not using the water. So we'll just cycle it back down into the mine. Little failures, they just creep up on you. And we need to make this battery big enough to connect our little terminals to see if it can charge itself. I think there's another fluid in there. What is that? That's copper. Got copper ore in there as well. Okay, a couple more trips. One more trip. They've run out of copper ore. Okay, is it going to charge our battery? Doesn't seem like it. Or maybe this is supposed to be two different types of power. This one's renewable, this one is not, unless you use automation. Maybe that's the plan. And sometimes they just don't want to fill up. Doesn't appear to be anything blocking it. Still leaked in anyway. You gotta overfill it. Means it will probably happen again. Okay, we've got another tool that I need to use, but I need to set up the hotbar for it. What is it? The energy siphon. Okay, energy siphon, let's use it. Okay, if we zap it, it transfers the energy. I'll heat this up because I want this to just keep charging the battery. And I'll see what happens. Well, zapping the battery itself works too. It seems like it's keeping this battery charged. If I don't know. It's all conjecture. So the battery, this battery now needs to recharge before we can continue to charge this one. Let's see if that fire in the vacuum that we captured will work on the fuel. But this puts it out just as fast. It must be fully charged. So we're almost there. If we fill this battery, we will satisfy the objective, it seems. We need to go and get some copper. So we'll go through the portal, down into the mine. And we have energy to spare now. Yeah, it's starting to recharge based on that little fire projector we put down. But I think I'll have to charge the copper battery manually with that siphon thing. That's definitely pushing us towards using steam power. Oh, that's right. We also got another way of traversing. Like Spider-Man. Grappling hook. Let's start the bonfire. And now because it's full of seeds, it starts to grow, it just catches fire again, it drops more gold. Insane amount of gold. Probably not the most efficient way to do it. You probably get better returns if you don't let it continue to grow. And we have plenty of steam, so we're good to watch that. Let's go and drop our copper off. Another blockage here. All the dry sand now, because the water level, so much came up here. That should be able to douse it all. I don't have a filter for dry sand because I was counting on that that catching it all. This is too much. The vacuum's quite handy because you can filter all the stuff that comes through as well. Once you get one upgrade to the amount of tanks you have, it's quite handy. Sift all the dry stuff out. Oh no, it's going to overflow. I did not take displacement into account. And water is the bane of snow. I thought, yeah, we've got enough throughput here to manage all that, but nope. Over ambitious. We have to toast all the water or it'll keep melting the snow for free with no exchange to steam. Oh yeah, that just got a lot more hectic than I was expecting. There's nothing I can do except just wait for it to be processed. And now the trash heap is overflowing too. Let's just put it back up here, overflow. Take some pressure off the system. I wish the vacuum would unload a little bit faster. Right, we need to put a filter here to stop water getting in there. Block. What do I want to block? That's the wrong type of filter. We need a fancy one. I want to block water. Everything's back to normal. I almost need a second conveyor to bring stuff up because this one's bringing it in too fast. I guess I could space it out a bit. It doesn't matter if water's up in the chute, it just doesn't, I don't want it to get out. But I've noticed there's a curious thing with these filters that if something else is coming through, it'll still let water through. So that's not going to help. And the way the conveyors work from here, it seems that they take the top stuff first, so all your heavy materials will wait till last. So there is something to be said for bringing them up separately, perhaps. I should have enough upgrade points now to upgrade something. We're out of lava in one of our boilers. Need to address that. need 1,000. I need to upgrade the grabber. That's the last of it, until I find another pit. Whoa, the flowers got stuck. So many. We just have to start a raging inferno in there. You give life an inch and it takes a mile. You can suck up fire. I thought it was just from the rockets, but yeah, you could suck it up. I can't move, there's so many of them. So each brick of copper can hold 1000 energy. A brick of this fluid battery is only 16 energy. This might be the appropriate place to set up our steam turbine, because I have a cavern below full of steam, which is currently being used for the flour process. We have to just try and keep this clear because that backlog of flowers is crazy. That's why I have these extra chambers here, just so I can load them manually or take any overflow. Probably need some fans to try and push them down, out. It's blocked by the tree. We don't really need the wet stuff going up there, so I'll try and stop that from happening. Oh no, actually, I kind of need it to happen. So that it's distributed around the room. Although it does seem to be moving faster. because now there's more room on the conveyor for the dry stuff. Yeah, we'll keep it like that. Eventually this side might run out of stuff on its side though. Because we're using the battery while it's trying to fill, all these little dots are being dried up and suspended in midair. Kind of like ice. We might make it to 100,000 power. Used a decent amount of snow. So we'll need to make things like snow makers. I'll have to find a way to make water without costing water. And we've made the energy requirement easily. Let's have a look at what's in store for us next. Unlock tier 6. The link is ready. Hold up. Sentinel Command reports a stratoform event directly below the survey grid. Incoming call from Archon Pre. Prospector. The Sentinel has confirmed a stratoform signature. While it remains active, the prophecy forbids further expansion. Find the live core and secure it. And I believe nothing's unlocked until we do this. Let's have a look. Yeah, we have to wait. This next objective requires some exploration. Well, I'll be damned, we got through it. It's going through much faster now. That one little change making a massive difference. Now space will start becoming an issue for the gold because we've run out of lava. But that's the perfect time to go into the depths looking for this next objective and find some more lava. And then we might get the chance to spend some of this gold. Looks like the shipment might have finished. Or there's a massive blockage downstairs. One of the two. Yeah, it looks like we've finished. Filtered out all the snow. Well done, mine shaft. Okay. Okay, we know exactly where to head to. Down. Get our trusty rocket launcher. We've upgraded it with napalm, so it will set fire to everything that it touches. Oh, more water bugs. We need those guys. There's the target of our interest. When you get close to it, it starts growing towards you until you get enveloped. That's why the rocket launcher with the upgrades is so handy. Defeat the soil. Throwing the master ball. it tells you your rate for these resources here. I just noticed that. Excellent work, Prospector. The stratocore has been neutralized. Expansion protocols are now cleared. Flux-bound stratocore added to your toolbox. Place it to create a renewable source of sand as if we didn't have enough. The synthesizer research path is now cleared. Unlock it to continue. Yeah, before we destroy the place, we might put down some conveyors to capture all the sand. Now it's time for some high explosive mining, sand collection. We're not worried about finesse anymore. Poor little lumlings. They're like, what? We've been hiding in this cave for millennia. I think we're going to meet up with... No, we're not. There's no way up there, unfortunate. Little graffiti bug. It's like the only way to mine. Every other way is so slow. The only thing we can't mine with a rocket launcher is copper. It's like we're just destroying all the stuff that was hidden here. Can we spend some gold? That would be nice. Research. Unlock tier 6 for 7,500. The aura extractor. Incoming uplink. We've reached a new milestone. The synthesizer allows you to convert florinol into aurexite. It is the first step to extract precious aura. Oh, we're going to be aura farming. Once you have aurexite, feed it onto a shaker to produce raw auralite. So we're going to see the shaker getting used again. The aura extractor requires at least 1000 auralite to initiate coalescence. Okay, we'll have to wait and see. I haven't seen this part. Mining with extreme prejudice. We just got an item that gives us free sand, and there's so much available. If you have a machine that gives you free sand, then you basically only need to come to the mines for copper, depending on how much output it has. But if it's anything like the void bloom, it just continuously spawns it. Oh, more bugs. Sorry guys, I'm destroying your habitat, but I'll make you a new one. And we'll milk you for all the water you've got. Sounds like a fair deal to me. That's what all the colonizers say. Oh, there's another little lightning zapper plants, little Groots. Use those guys to charge up our battery. More lumlings. We have 14 of them. That's a lot of water. I could get there. Yes. This one needs to go back this way. Much bigger grabber now. This is a literal mountain of sand. Alright, let's go and see what kind of chaos is happening up in the factory. We have to see about creating some aura, farming it. But we need that flower juice to make it. Now we're at a point where I can no longer melt down gold. Maybe I should look for some lava. After all that blasting, we found none. There was one pool here. How's the water level looking? Kind of terrible, but I have a new answer to that. Well, that's too many. We don't want the whole herd in there. I'll pull it 6. Let's see if water can get through this critter fence. It can. A barrier that lets every element pass through but keeps critters from crossing. Yep, that's what we want. A decent output of water. Unlock the synthesizer, which uses, it's going to use energy. Consumes 800 enemy per conversion. That's nearly 1 brick of copper worth of charge. That's tedious. So now we have another use for this juice. We have to hurry up and finish doing this battery. We're about 60% of the way through filling it. Fill in all the little gaps. Make more trees grow. How much energy does a snowmaker use? Let's have a look. Snowmaker consumes water above and 1 energy to spawn snow below. That means I need to make water to make the snowmaker work. So you'd need a couple of those little lumling bugs up, I guess, in a box above it. Just going to top up our steam. kind of upgrades should we take? Faster snow. Faster propulsion for our drones. And more of them. So then we can start another fleet. Look how quickly this consumes the lava. We need to go and find more. I'm just going to head to where that monster thing was. And maybe there'll be some lava there. Wouldn't you know it? There's an entrance. Some multicolored light bugs. There's another one. Go and get it. Another two. What is this? Ring. Oh, look. We're taking it all. There isn't much there, actually. That whole pit was 2.5 tanks full for our vacuum. Let's go check out the circle. Oh, I thought that was gold for a second, but it's just burning hot lava. Like free gold. As if there isn't enough everywhere anyway. There is also a device I can use now that uses the moon juice we've been cooking up. Not sure what it does though. We'll have to check it out. We're gonna need to leave some lights behind. Going to take them forever to do this, 20,000 units of sand, but we're going to leave our sweeper drones here to send this up to surface. This might fill up the storage. Three whole tanks for that silo, not bad. I hoped that by putting these little smelters underground they would burn hotter, because you can't pick lava up that's underground, but you can pick it up if it's above ground. Don't ask me why. Gold silos are nearly full. How did dirt get in here? The sand literally gets everywhere. I need more filters. I'm almost at the point where I need like 2-stepper rooms. That won't work because the gold will want to... Well, the gold will fall through. Let's have a look if it falls through the stepper. It does. Okay. This might work. This might be just asking for trouble in terms of blocking the input. Hopefully the line above doesn't affect it too much. What's going on there? Oh, it's because it's on the same level. It needs to drop down one. Like so. The same with this conveyor belt. And now sand is getting into the moon crystals. For whatever reason. Allow everything except water. That's where we made a mistake. Allow only moon hops. And that's it. That should stop that foul sand getting into the line. Oh, I see what's happening here. This portal is taking it. Still occasionally sand getting through. I've made it too tight. That should fix it. It's just going to drop anything that's not a moon hop out the bottom. And it won't let water in theory. And now we can't smelt the gold fast enough. These little bugs are making heaps of water. And it looks like now the seeds are being dropped slow enough to just keep this fire going. And it looks like the fire might actually make it up the chute eventually. I mean, with so many drones coming to take this, I could shorten the size of this little catchment. Let's get some upgrade points by putting some red sand in here. The sand is still coming up this chute. The elevator's taking it before it can be dropped. We have to try and rectify this issue. It's not working. Try again. There we go. It just needs a little bit of space to be able to filter it out before it goes up the elevator. This is just for like these tiny little bouncy balls that we get hardly any of. There's a whole heap near the portal. Let's go and grab some. They don't like the vacuum, it seems. Alright, let's go. Let's unleash the moon hops. Now if this works correctly, so they should just be filtered and go up the elevator by themselves. Gonna need to make this little storage even bigger. It needs to hold way more lava. We have some in the tank already. Let's fill it up. So I'm just letting those new bricks equalize with the old ones so we don't lose any heat when I take the divider out. Try and minimize the loss anyway. It's still hot enough to melt the gold that's there. A significant amount of seeds coming through now. Because we have a slow elevator, they're not making their way up there super fast. Maybe we have too many of these little bugs. They're probably more like fish, but I like to think they're bugs. We had 2 before and it wasn't enough, so we'll go... That was 6. Let's try 4. Let's have a look what happens when you put one of these little things on there. Little power plant. Get it? Maybe it has to be an actual copper brick. This is just a test, little Groot. Can I see the power? Yeah, 5 energy every time he crackles. If he's on copper. Okay, good. Now that I know that, I can build a battery somewhere else and just let those things charge it up. Oh dear, look how much gold is here. That's a lot of gold. Get 10 haulers on the case. Actually, let's make it 15 for that line. The first one doesn't need many anymore. As long as they stay on top, 5 should do, and I'll put 20 on the big one. We're making 6.5 flowers every second. But we're making 16.1 fluorinol a second. It's probably genuine overkill with the size of this liquid battery. Perpetual fire is decent. One of the gold tanks is almost full, and so is this one. I'm not able to transfer the gold out of this one. I need to put a filter here that only lets liquid gold through. We might have to expand the smelter. Just have to have an overflow here for now. We might have to turn this room into liquid gold storage as well. So yeah, I'm going to do that. Hopefully there's no leaks. A tsunami of liquid gold. It's like, what do you do with it all? Something going on with those ones. I can't fill them up. Maybe you just have to fill the vat up first before you zone it as a battery. That seems to have worked. Okay, I've got an idea. I don't know how well this will work, but we'll give it a shot. Put these things to use. But does it spread to the rest of the system is the question. have to come back and find out. Gonna empty this whole battery. And now that I have a fair amount of lava, let's see if we can keep this charging. And then we need to start using this stuff to make whatever the ore farm is. This is a bigger smelter, so it will do it faster. The vent is clogged. This vat of liquid gold, if it ever busted, it would be everywhere. Cold storage just can't keep up anymore. The gold is more plentiful than the sand at this point. And I can't spend it on any technology. They might be just to power like some small contraption rather than trying to charge a massive battery bank. If it only applies to the square that they're on, then you may have to like have a square and then one of those transfer things. I don't know how it works. And we now have an automatic charging battery with that flame turret constantly activating. It's taking it from the copper battery first, which is a pain in the butt to recharge. Just going to try and get that fire to settle down. Bunch of moon hops made it in there. Yeah, now my machine is not stopping the moon hops. They're penetrating. I bet the moon hops are going up this side when they bounce out of the portal. Red sand has penetrated the line because only one of these belts goes to the red sand place. Another mistake. Well, our delivery of sand from below has finished. It's starting to get quite deep now, actually. Just what we need. Some more hot stuff. I still have another deposit that I've broken up. I just haven't collected it yet. Got ourselves another little friend. What does the fox say? I don't know how to read that language. Who doesn't wish they could go spelunking with a rocket launcher? It's completely buried here. This is like the skeleton of one of those giant creatures wandering around up on the surface. Looks like we're underneath the ancient boiler that we uncovered. And it looks like sand. Different type of sand. Sand dune. It collapses. Oh, it collapses in on itself again. We don't want to break too much of that free then. I wonder, can you pick this sand up? Sun sand. Oh, it fully envelops you like quicksand. We have to find a way to remove it, perhaps? Well, that's just made this exploration a little bit more difficult. I haven't actually ever explored the right side of the map. So I wonder if that soil changes just at that depth. Alright, this is my snow reservoir, so I have to be careful. No, we won't be breaking that out. I guess if we dropped it all into the depths, it would go away. Sandstone, can we dig through that? Doesn't appear so. What about a laser? Will that melt it? No, it will not. So if there's nothing underneath it to support it, it will fall for a short amount of time. Oh well. Oh, don't blast that reservoir down here. Actually, we could. This one's not essential. Looks like there was an obstruction there. Alright, let's see about aura farming. This doesn't need lava, but I'm going to put some here anyway. Still tons of water. We actually have to harvest some of these moonflowers now. I don't actually know much about how they used to be. I didn't play the demo, and I've only just picked this up. Was it 3 days ago now? Got level 2 elevators, but yeah, some of them don't carry much unless you have perfect circumstances for them. We actually used up the water properly. Looks like another alien structure right below our feet. And our drones are still doing that order I gave them like 1,000,000 hours ago. It was more like 30 minutes. More little creatures, we need you. Gotta catch them all. It looks like there's a red sand one in here. Yep, there is. Hey, let's find out. Is there a pyramid? I didn't even know about it. Where is it? I've only explored like one direction. I've got the laser, so yeah, let's do it. Left side is just a giant mountain. It must be right side. I flooded the desert. Yeah, it is a desert. That explains why all that terrible sand was beneath our feet. Aww. It's sitting on a bed of sandstone. Yeah, you can't get underneath it. Oh, there's a pyramid. Yeah, I didn't even know this was here because as you could tell, I didn't even come right. I just went straight down. And I didn't build in this direction because of the water boiler here that I was using. Well, you learn something every day. Thanks, man. Unfortunately, no, we can't break in with the laser. Yeah, my pleasure. It was fun while it lasted. So it's just a giant mysterious tease. Maybe aura farming will let us get in there. Alright, speaking of aura farming, we better do it. Finally got some decent power coming in. Steam cavern is looking okay. Right, so these guys have got full energy in their bricks now. I still haven't worked out how this connector works. I can't seem to get it to spread power to the guys next to it. These are almost fully charged. Well, it is flowing through the brick. I can see it working. But it doesn't seem to flow back in. It seems like this connector is charging this. I don't know. Yep, so they are charging him. Awesome. It works. Slowly, but surely. It looks like our drones have finally finished that massive order I gave them. So it seems like the bricks only... I've done a little closed loop with my incinerator for the residue. And it seems like once you've input energy and the reaction starts, if you capture the embers, it will eventually hit max temperature. We're not losing, especially with this burner belt. The burner belt doesn't use much, but it only sets fire to residue from what I've seen. But, so this is, yeah, you can just set and forget this. And I'm guessing that if I were to channel these somewhere else, I could utilize that, because we're obviously losing excess heat now that we're at max temperature. But you can see here, it's just a tiny amount drops off and then the whole block equalizes. I love the early discovery phase of these types of games, like learning the loop. Yeah, so once I set that, it just heated itself up, and I probably could channel it to my smelters now that I think about it. It's just not very well designed for that purpose. Yeah, I built that, it worked, and so I didn't touch it again. The old rule, don't fix what isn't broken. Because smelting gold uses a lot of heat energy for really just trying to save space. And look, my liquid gold's almost full again. Well, sorry if I wasn't clear enough, but I hope you understand. So we want to catch the flame. As long as it touches a brick, then it will heat up and continue the process. So this is a closed circuit. All right, let's aura farm. What do we need to do to aura farm? We need the synthesizer. And we need fluorinol, this liquid. The battery's almost full, so once that happens... we need a little reservoir to capture it. If the water on the left evaporates, it might snow. Let's see if that happens. We're near the top of the mountain. I haven't dared to touch the ice in case I start a tsunami. comes back as rain. But I would like to see that. Yeah, definitely. Where does water go if it reaches the edge here? Is it lost? It is, it seems. Alright, so note to self, don't lose this water down the mountain. I've only really explored downwards. But I can hear some creepy monsters in the background. We'll try it with the pure water, like he suggested. I discovered you can catch fire in your vacuum as well. So these things are a premium little plant. We'll have to get as many as we can of those. Oh, it's just as I built the reservoir, the rain's here. No H2O. So the florinol tank is almost ready. How are we going to do this? It said 800 energy per conversion. So I potentially have 2,000 conversions before we're out of power. Is that a lot? I don't know. I've never done this one. I guess we better test it before we build the infrastructure for it. Synthesizer. We'll just put it here in the middle of the room. 800 each. That's probably too many. Let's say 2 for now. Orizite. I think we could manage that. Our battery's pretty large. 1,600 power per what? Every few seconds. It's pretty expensive power-wise. And then what do you do with it? Produce auralite. How do we do that? Maybe it's in the tech tree. Aura extractor. Not yet available. Yeah, I can't see what to do with it. Oh, that's right. It has to go through a shaker, doesn't it? I remember now. Okay, let's just see what happens. For science. So it's a light material and it has Rainbow Road aesthetic to it. And from those couple of blocks that we made, we've got a quarter of our objective. Probably a third. No, I haven't built a steam turbine yet. We only just built this battery. And then I experimented with copper because I haven't used this before either. And I have a steam reservoir, but I haven't yet automated making steam or power. Very much in the discovery phase now. Okay. And then what do we do? Oh, we probably won't find out until we've made 1,000, so let's just process a bunch of it now. Now this is a liquid, so it needs to be... We'll have 4 of them, and if it kills our power, then I'll just trim it back for a while until I do get some kind of renewable energy source. I'm a hero because I've managed to do it without renewable energy. Okay, so we're going to need a lot more, obviously, from what you're telling me. Thanks for the tip. And so, yeah, I guess I'll need to focus on a steam generator as the next big project after Aura. What else? Just a couple more blocks. This room doesn't really need to be that big. We just need a belt there to feed the auralite. Or aurazite. I'm not sure. And from there, down there. Let's just grab a chunk. Yeah, that's smashing our power straight away. But granted, we aren't making a huge volume of this stuff yet. The way it's built at the moment, the fire never goes out. Quite convenient. Yeah, so you can suck up flames. Quite cool. Yeah, our only power generation are these little flower Groots. Almost at our objective. I don't think we're going to make enough of this to warrant 4 of them. The link is ready. Great! The aura extractor is now available in the tech tree. Place it to attract auralite and trigger crystallization. Use the nanobot swarm to mine and extract aura from the resulting crystal growth. Keep feeding the aura field until saturation reaches the expansion threshold. You're talking goobly-gook science to me, love. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I wasn't trained in auralite extraction. What is the next thing we need to do? Research the aura extractor. We did it. Unlocks the vulcanizer for spawning lava. Oh my god, that will save my life. The void gun uses void juice as ammo. A prismite well unlocks prismite, which siphons prismite from the aura buffer into the world. Now we're getting really high tech. Adds 80 swarm nanobots to automatically orbit this extractor. Okay. New currency. Here it is. Creates the aura extractor. Press the placed structure to command the swarm. Ooh. It's got a radius. A diameter. Okay. That's not ominous at all. Anyone know what we use this power source for? And then I guess we just dump it in. Say what? It's like sticking to the conveyor belt. Well, we'll just use filters. There's no reason not to. Oh, okay, that's really cool. It's like attracted to it, and it is coalescing. And there's a little swarm of nanobots. Oh, okay, so they'll just chip away at it, quite literally. We have farmed one aura. That's really cool. Okay. Some mysterious substance. And our liquid battery's almost finished, so when it is, I will seal it off. And then we won't have to worry about it again. It's massive overkill for power because of it doesn't hold much energy at all. But it's renewable. And if we can get the lava launcher gun, then I won't need to go spelunking anymore. We're almost out of steam. So I need to find a way to generate power. I need to find a way to generate reliable snow and the water that it creates. I don't know. A few more designs popping into my head. Surely we should upgrade the cryo launcher. And we've already done it to max level. It's a shame this rock here is indestructible, otherwise I would have made it, you know, a square shape. I don't really need this condenser when we've got this corral of little water generators. But I dare say they're going to be useful for the steam power generator. This smelter is too small for the ambition I had. That was a mistake. Raw gold is not supposed to go in there. Okay, I think the sand shipments have stopped. Oh, we missed the mushroom. I know, and I have nothing to spend it on. So much gold. Maybe I went overboard with... Yeah, I'm not doing a maze right now. We'll come back for you. Yeah, I have nothing I can spend the gold on, so it is just accumulating. I started melting it down to try and save space. At this point, I'm ready to just throw it back in the hole. We don't even need it. I need to, like, burn it off or send it into space or something. Oh, here's the answer for the maze, no doubt. I'll take a screenshot of that just in case it is. And then we've got a few more of our little buddies. They're going to help us generate a power plant's worth of electricity. Mining with the rocket launcher just makes everything else obsolete. YouTube usually translates my videos into a variety of languages, but not until after the stream, which is unfortunate. But thank you for sticking around despite any communication barrier. Oh no, my little... There's more little... Poor English, but you... Groot. The little electricity plants. We also have napalm for good effect against the life forms. That's just silly. Why? sure you guys like entertainment just as much as we do. Very expensive, power-wise. That didn't work. Paint it up. Collect all that for me. There is gas. Physics stops when you use the drones, so the sand won't fall. Hopefully that wasn't a secret message. We just blew it up. Low power. We have low power and we need to build more silos. I've really got to get used to using this grappling hook. It's very fast to get around once you master it. We have to come back and check on it every now and then to give it a new order. $45 out of 10,000. I've got a ways to go. Okay, the battery is full. Let's put more of our little plant friends down here for now. We have 9 in total. Plus another 5's 14. And I have a few of these little vault blubs, which... void grazers, rather. Apparently they like this juice, so I've been putting them here. I haven't reached the bottom yet, no. Almost. The sand is flowing again. going to collect some copper. My friend in the chat telling me I need lots of power, so we're going to make a rather large solid battery. Then find a way to charge it. And so far I'm just using a flamethrower to recharge my battery, and it's working. A flamethrower and some plants. I've stopped caring about landmarks though, it's just blow everything up. Ooh, what have we got here? A little puzzle. So there's 3 doors. I need to get closer to press it. Well, let's just go and press it. Okay, what did that do? It's letting water down into a portal, which then teleports it back up. We have to somehow get the water into the catchment zones. Avoiding the portals. That did it. That was just all guesswork. No problem solving whatsoever. Stand on the ground and hold down to teleport. Phase dash charges twice as fast. Sprint boost. Sprint power. I'll just stick to this line. Nice little diversion. Let's continue. Sleeping with the fishies. Taking all the red sand because I want to really focus on my upgrades. This planet is going to be hollow when I'm finished with it. Destroy everything. We have another potential artifact here. Can't jump. Need to somehow get fire over here. The rocket launcher. It uses napalm. I've just been using it non-stop. This fooled me, seeing this up here. But there's a picture of a rocket right there. It won't let me jump. Uh-oh. I think I'm stuck. Easy out. So drips and drabs of fluorinol. $380 aura. Can we upgrade anything? We can. We can spend some gold for once. Let's spend some of our 300,000 gold on a lava shooter. A vulcanizer. Right, coming through at a decent rate now. Way too much water going on here. Let's put some in the backup cavern. I really need gravity to pull the seeds down. A good amount of seed coming through now. Oh, damn, this thing's run out again. But we have a new tool. The vulcanizer. Let's replace the gun with it. Excellent. No more searching for lava. We just make it. This will be the key to making an effective steam generator. I wonder if you can pump lava around. That's an interesting thought. Now we're making some juice. I best put a filter so we don't lose any. Liquid, we want fluorinol to be blocked. It moves down the stepper very slowly compared to dirt and gold. And it's pumping our power. It's like smashing it. We're going to need heaps, you're right. I mean, they're charging it at a decent rate. Now that I've got this gun, you could make a massive vat of lava and then just have heat bricks transferring the heat where you need it to go. Our gold is full. We have so much. We can't cook it fast enough. I might have to make the second side a smelter too. But not now. We don't have enough filtering here for the red sand. I need a leveler here, I think. Just to ensure that the top level's red sand gets through. All sorts of random contaminants floating around. Alright, the sand is not being processed properly yet again. I will build a turbine. I do want to build a turbine. I just hadn't thought about doing it yet. They definitely need one if we're going to need this much power. I can't rely on my little plants to try and charge up this power station. What I will do is put a couple more of these fire things. Pyro dispenser. $800 out of 10,000. This is my idea of renewable energy. It's too fast. I'm assuming the ringer needs to reach the next level before you can unlock. Might make this a bit slower. We might need to expand the gold reserve. There's nothing to spend it on anymore. The main mission is complete. Place a portal using the shard, teleports back to it, consuming void bloom stacked directly above the recall portal's base. Void bloom is this purple stuff that's made before it turns into that. Yes. We'll pass the story on to your grandchildren. Kind of just thinking about how I want to do it and where I want to do it. I think we're going to do it nearby to this zone. That looks pretty simple. And it looks like in the picture they have two separate cells divided by a brick. But I won't need that. Now, I'm just guessing if this will work. I'm not sure. But it's not the first time I've hand-built a steam turbine, just not in this game. What else will I need? I need a filter that's going to filter steam for me. And then I need a filter that's going to filter water for me. It's going to be pretty compact. I don't know if it'll be efficient, but it's just a prototype. Now, somehow the copper blocks need to touch the generator. So this won't probably work. Oh, the copper doesn't need to be in here. It does need one of these buffer plates, though. We need to put a halt to this production for a moment. It's not going to be pretty, but I think it will work. It's like, why use the drill when we could just start blasting? I could put the generators a bit lower. Oh no, it's not going to build it because there's indestructible rock right in the way. That's a great feature, being able to move the whole building. Then I'll save this as a blueprint and I could probably upsize it. It does look like a face. So not deleted. So the lava is here. Steam, the water comes down the channels. It's vaporized, goes up through here, through the turbine. And then we want the condensers at the top. Okay. So, steam is created, passes through here, hits the turbines, passes through here, gets condensed, and then it needs to run down the sides. I can't pick the lava up now because we're underground, so we'll have to cook it. So one downside to using underground heating. Okay, let's try again. No, I'm not an engineer. I've just got the mind for it. I do it for fun. But I just know the concepts of thermodynamics and all that sort of stuff. Now I just need to find a way to get the power out unobstructed. That's the problem. Otherwise, I could make it so the steam goes up the vents here, condenses, and then falls back down. That way I could have the turbines on each side. Let's try that. Okay, so I want... I'll see how the gas behaves this way. I have a feeling that it should be fine. Right. Now, filters need to be different. This needs to be steam only. The next one needs to be water only. This is just to hold extra water now. This needs to be water only. And then we need the transfer blocks, energy connectors. I might not get even distribution here through the turbine, but if we fill it with water, it should be fine. And I already have some steam we prepared earlier, so I could just put it in there, couldn't I? It's not going to hold much snow. I might need to expand that. Beautiful. This is perfect. If I can just fill it with water now, it will run continuously. Good stuff. Oh. There's too much pressure on the lava. Use the thermal buffers to store as much cold energy as we can. It's not really energy, but you get what I mean. There we go, success. It probably won't be able to run forever because it may use up the lava. And it will definitely use up the snow, but we could adjust the design to then have a snow maker in the top to draw some of the energy it's creating off and just keep topping up the chiller. And we've got enough volume here so that if the steam is blocking the falling of the water, there'll be like a little pause in the system until that steam dissipates. I could probably put more water in here and it'd still be comfortable. We might just release a bit of water now from the mountainside. So your children nearly grew beards, but we got it done. How much energy does this generate? And it's working on both sides. Let's just fill it right up with water and see what happens. Yeah, as soon as the steam clears, then a surge of water will drop down. But it's full of steam now. It's at max capacity. We'll just fill it up with lava. No, this is not going to work. There's too much pressure in it now, so there's not enough energy running through the system. Yeah, so there's too much water in it now. And there's not enough snow because it's just melting the snow. Crazy amount. So if I made this again, I would make the top reservoir bigger. But we can move this now. Yeah, it's a compact design. I hope you enjoy your day, mate. Good luck with your kids. Thanks for joining us, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the series. Good to see you, good to meet you. Now we just need to reduce the resistance inside it. We've had a critical failure. I could have made this whole pit the turbine, you're right, but I wanted to come up with a design that I could save, and then I can just plop it down wherever I want from now on. Obviously, it probably still needs some optimization. But it uses snow very quickly, so... Now let's just turn on the industry and see if we can beat the draw. I can't really tell how much power we're making. But for now, I think that's a pretty good start. We have a large backlog to get through. Prismite wall siphons prismite from the aura buffer into the world. That may as well be in another language. Prismite well. You cannot build inside the area of the aura extractor. Okay, can't say I know what prismite does. Prismite and prismaline. Yeah, it's a little bit finicky to fill up. I'll need to make this reservoir much larger. But we're making free power, so can't really complain. We're not making enough of it. It seems like the steam is getting trapped a little bit. Well, the energy's going up. Down. It's slightly drawing down. But if we can hit the right sort of equilibrium with this thing. So these center filters here are just for water. These ones are just for gas, so that should help it sort of cycle around. Now there's no backflow issues. But not being able to get through the wall there, that doesn't help. I wanted to have them in this, their turbines in the center, but there was no, I couldn't, with this design, I couldn't see a way to get the power out. Just seeing if there's any reaction from this mineral. Let's check on the rest of the factory. It seems rather quiet around here. There's nothing coming in. The sand has stopped. I think I want to blow that up. Do I? Yeah, why not? Another artifact room. Let's go. Reset. The chamber returns to its original state. Well, that wasn't very hard, was it? Yes, it was, because that wasn't what I needed to do. You need to set it on fire and then swim. But the next one will probably need ice on top. Yes. 2 more artifacts and we unlock a new skill. This place is infested with ice and snow. We might come up the center of the mountain. Not enough sand for my liking. All this snow is not valuable. It's almost like we need more gold. We only have 300,000. Yes, we are. We're at the foot of the mountain. Our friend in the chat before wasn't wrong when he said that the left side of the map is cold. The right side is the desert. And we're just about to come out underneath our steam generator. I know for a fact there's no way into this cavern. Unless this rock here can be drilled. So close, but there's no way into this cavern. we're at 250,000 power. It's not moving. Which means we're either not making any more of that stuff or everything is working fine. I reckon it's the first one. We're not making any stuff. So activating that power has now rapidly increased our collection of this aura stuff. If I blast this little bridge here, this will all fall down to our conveyor. Holy mountain of stuff. And that's not even half of what we just dug out. The drones are still doing the job I gave them before. There's so much of it. Look at it. It's everywhere. I'm gonna just have to start burying the gold in a pit somewhere and forgetting about it. I think we can afford to open this up just a bit. We've got the snow misbehaving in the middle of the pile here. And the snow misbehaving by filling up. And if I put some lava in here, that won't work. Now, a couple of pixels of lava might work, because it won't turn to a chunk of rock, but it will cook off any of the tiny particles of snow. Thank you. We just built our first steam generator and we're up to halfway through the aura field. There's been a few hiccups, but mainly just contamination within the lines. How you going, Manti? You doing well? And we have so much gold, I don't know what to do with it. It was a novelty, certainly before. Now it's a pain. It's almost like your waste product. So I'll give you a tour of the complete line, skipping the mines down below. So we're starting off capturing any copper that comes out from the mine straight away, melting it down. Then we've got our dirt that comes in here. Any moon hops will be pushed through the portal and up this separate ladder. Red and normal sand come up here. Red sand drops down to meet our void petals. Any extras, any extra void petals are then teleported over to this place where they're agitated, and we can add, what is it? The hoppers here. Thank you very much for the gold coin, mate. I very much appreciate it. Yeah, so the moon hops come in here and then they get generated and turned into this void juice, which we haven't yet utilized. I had to double our throughput of standard sand. And it looks like we might run out of water again. And we have dug out a lot of sand tonight. We haven't necessarily bothered collecting it. As you can see below the water boiler, it's just everywhere. And that should give us enough water for the short term. And we are also flooding the desert. So we're going to terraform this planet. Okay, where was I? So, the void petals are used to make void juice and void bloom, which then we can grow this crystal here, which gives us experience. This is our self-heating oven. It just perpetually cooks stuff off. We halved the amount of the what do you call this stuff again? I keep forgetting. It's getting late. Residue, that's it. The residue we halved and we turned it into a gold smelting tank, which is then pumped into a various amount of silos of gold. It's just everywhere. The rain room is still working a treat. No issues here. Then up here to become flowers, where we regularly cull the crop. There was a lot of really slow throughput here, and then when I changed these filters on the inside of the column, it drastically increased our ability to process this stuff. Coming up to our massive condenser, which needs a top up. Our massive, what do you call this, a liquid battery. Our little plant, power plant, they make like 5 kilowatts a second. And we've got 11 of them. And it looks like my steam generator's stopped generating steam because it's run out of snow. This isn't perfect. It's just our first prototype, but it does function. It just doesn't have enough cold storage to keep condensing. It's actually using the the snow faster than I can put it down at the moment. Yeah, we're generating decent power now just from this one turbine. I don't really understand what's going on here, but it looks cool. And we're making like Rainbow Road juice. It's like, well, we're going to build ourselves a Mario level. It looks as though this stuff should be falling down. Wow, that makes it quick. At that rate, it's going to be more plentiful than gold. Ah. There was another one we needed to build as well. It's like prismite or something. We need to put a better conveyor belt in this room. There doesn't seem to be a way to really speed this up unless we make the pile taller. This stuff doesn't like to fall. This stacks up perfectly. And because it's too tall, it's not completely shaking free. Increase the aura extraction nanobot count to 160. And it's not costing any gold. Add 40 striker nanobots. Unlocks the void gun, which uses void juice as ammo. Whoa, look at what's going on here. It's getting super funky. Super freak. Psychedelic colors. It doesn't exactly say what we need to do with the prismite. Well, but we're probably going to have to mix prismite and prismaline. Let's have a look at the void gun. Load the void gun with void juice. It's not the something I ever thought I would hear said, but let's do it. It's the whole tank we're drinking. Some good void juice. And these creatures, seems like they eat the waste product. What's the waste product? Void husk. They just regurgitate it. Okay, Mr. Void Gun, what are you going to do? Can we blow up the pyramid with it? Not a bad little weapon. I think the rocket launcher is still better. Unless it can destroy anything. Let's give it a shot. Well, it didn't really destroy it. It just uncovered the fog of war. Yeah, we're farming ore tonight. Never thought I'd say that, but we are. So it doesn't work on rock. What about moon hops? So much stuff coming upstairs. What about copper? No damage to copper. It just cleans everything. It doesn't actually kill them. Oh wait, it collects sand pretty good. Are there any upgrades for it? Void gun tank capacity, which means it's just going to cost more to fill up. Enables exact artifact guidance. I must have missed that one. The locator uses void juice. Is our aura factory almost ready? Almost. 9,000 aura. Let's head up there in anticipation. So the one steam generator was able to carry the load for that production. But how many more production lines are we going to have to do? Yeah, it just seems to clean all the fog of war away. Removes the void, the shroud. Well, with these little creatures here, we won't have to make much more, which means we won't have to keep going to look for moon hops. Hold to charge, release when full to scan. Okay, there's an arrow. The one I already knew about in the center of the labyrinth. Dead end. Feel the whole aura circle. Link ready. Threshold confirmed. The aura field is saturated enough to stabilize the next expansion boundary. Open the tech tree and authorize factory tier 7 when ready. But that's not all, folks. We have immense amounts of aura. Yes, it is that all. You've reached the end of the Sandustry early access. The factory's just getting started. Bigger systems, deeper interactions, and ancient secrets beneath the dunes await in upcoming updates. I wonder if one day it will end up being like Terraria. Will there be things we have to fight? Like, we got it gone. Anyway, that's all we've got time for today in Sandustry. I will talk to you guys soon. Thanks very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed it. And maybe we'll come back with a how-to series. We'll see. Until next time, Commander Tyrael, out.